Okay, phone says it's online. Pleasantries at the start. Hello, I am Tidbit. I do voices. I design game. Oh, my phone was not muted. I do a lot of things. We are currently playing Ace Attorney Dual Destinies. We are on the last section of Case 5. This segment has been so good. The whole game has been very good. As a giant whole. And I do these streams every Monday at noon PST. And Ripper is already in the chat. Hello. So, let's get this on the roll. I want to see the end. Turnabout for tomorrow. Cross-examining Apollo? Oh yeah, he did show up right at the end. And Phoenix is the main guy. December 20th, District Court, courtroom number 4.
Mr. Justice, please explain yourself.
It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. Hey, Apollo, what the hell is with that cross? What? Hey, Apollo, nice cross you got there. That can... I crossed my thing. I was gonna say smirk, but then I looked at chat and saw the random word cross. What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. It's still not clear who killed Clay. But, Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world happened to Apollo? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time.
But this is a trial for the case from 7 years ago.
Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me, too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. Apollo! Sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now, let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge! I give my permission. Continue with the trial.
Very well. Is that all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. You too, Reggie. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve.
Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Terran. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1. When the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum, the killer attacked Mr. Terran with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via the boarding lounge number 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear who Mr. Terran's true killer is. In other words, we must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day.
Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence.
Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please.
Ain't no women in this courtroom. I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Terran. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Edgeworth's case 7 years apart, 2 in the first game. I don't remember. I wonder if you saw my chat. Oh, there's something called Ace Attorney Anthology, which is Ace Attorney Trilogy and a poem in one game. Huh. Interesting. I mean, they are visual novels. There shouldn't be too much data. It could fit on a modern cartridge. Nah, it'd be longer, right?
Order! Order in court! Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor. Because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But, Apollo, why? How could you suspect me, too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. What did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Also, was that a bit of desperation in that last line? Does he want the cross-examination? I suspected Miss Sykes of the murder. My growing suspicions were confirmed when evidence was presented. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the escape. This is why I wish to indict her of murder. Hold it! What first made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Terran, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen the knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. Oh, Apollo, you completely missed the fact she's seen that knife before. It was just traumatic for her. What? Yeah, oh, we're in a destroyed courtroom. This isn't being broadcast. No, it's not! I actually had to figure out where you people were. Anyway, and then, every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. Why do you look so smug there? Apollo! In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch, so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. That is both really dumb, but it works. Followed Simon's scent here. Why would Apollo know Simon's scent? Apollo hasn't slept in 3 years. I imagine Cop Cam making a game that is 3 games at once in chronological order. Ace Attorney, Apollo, Miles. Might be the Ace Attorney timeline. And just the great Ace Attorney is just completely omitted from the timeline. You can't have women dressing in men's clothes. That's woke. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to that knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Tarrant. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. It'd be very interesting if Apollo just like mid this trial takes off his eye patch and is like, I'll know when you're bluffing. I need hard evidence. No bluffs. You need to know the truth.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found at the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seemed decisive, there must be other facts we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then! Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes was the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Tarrant.
Objection!
She wanted to complete the ship. I know about the secret with me and Trucy. No one will dare ship us for some reason. So you don't know the reason. I just know they won't, for some reason. Maybe it's because they know I only see her as a sister. Yeah, you should see her, like, as that more often. They just wanted to complete the ship, and the second they heard I had a previous person who could be my childhood friend, they immediately killed them. His eyes fucking swollen and pulsing. Ah! You didn't put a pad under that bandage, did you? You just put straight gauze onto your face with no protection for your eyelashes. No! And they've all come ripped off. And now they're in my eyelids! Alright, and Ace Attorney 2. That adds 4 games. Great Ace Attorney is the oldest timeline in Ace Attorney because it was somewhere in the Victorian era. Yeah, but I imagine if Capcom were to do... I'm gonna put this up. If Capcom were to do a game that is all 4 of the Ace Attorney games, Ace Attorney, Apollo Justice, Miles, and Great Ace Attorney, I imagine they would have it like... They would still put Great Ace Attorney at the end, but in this big compilation, they would have like a lead up to it, of where someone would be like, hey, like Maya is like, hey, have you read these books about Herlock Sholmes? Oh, let me try. No. You gotta start in here. This is the prequel to it. Okay, that seems pretty complicated. They should do Great Ace like Sam Show 6 with like President Andrew Jackson mixed in with samurais and medieval Well, looks like Doll got attacked by The mind virus? I have no idea what they're saying. 7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo? In addition, she's the only one. Isn't it possible that someone else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there is a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Terran and Mr. Starbuck. There's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It recorded Mr. Terran's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2. First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena said she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident. And then was overcome and passed out until around noon the next day.
I was out cold about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around. So I just went into boarding lounge number 2.
God, why couldn't they fix the dub on that flashback? Why is it every time I flash back, I can't remember it perfectly? It's like a horrible dub in my mind. That must have been when the cameras captured her. And that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. Wait a minute. In that case, it most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. Yeah, because, you know, Athena, take it away.
It's because there was a blackout. Why do you think there was 2 bombs? One at the rocket to make it damaged, and then another one, strangely, in the middle of the building to cut out the power, which would turn off the camera, letting them escape perfectly fine. And since I came out before that could happen, we're good.
There were 3 bombs. Yeah, there was like so many bombs, but I still remember that the main ones they talked about was one at the rocket and one at like the main generator. It took out the power for the elevators is what everyone else was going on about. But then when we look at the cameras, it's just like it cuts out here because power, it was running on emergency backups and it runs out right about here.
What? Order! Order in the court!
That can't be. But if it is, then it is incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched? A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. Turned on its ear is so Miles. Yeah.
Hold it!
Believing in your client to the end is a basic principle of a good defense. I taught you that. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. That's my goddamn name. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. They killed off my gay. Those bastards! Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Apollo suspected his trusted co-worker of killing his friend. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own. But that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I only have one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments?
Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice. And your facts appear to be indisputable.
Well, Mr. Wrong. Oh, I mean right. But you aren't in this case, are you? What do you think of my theory? I stopped watching the theory channels because they're not talking about subjects I care anymore. It's not because Matt left, it's just simply that I don't care about if a minion's a fucking genius or not. Nor ARGs. Don't get me started on... It looks like not even you can deny it. I was monologuing over here. Miss Sykes was the only one who used the only possible escape route. Under these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... Unless... You think there was an alternative escape route? Is that what you think, Mr. Wright?
Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? You sound so ridiculous with that eye patch on.
Wow, why does the judge hate Apollo? Maybe it's because he thinks it looks like his grandkid, and he doesn't like the idea of his grandkid missing an eye. Is that what you think, Phoenix? Is there an alternative escape route? I want to say no way, and it was just simply there was two people in a large museum room. But I also want to say, of course, because the trash chute. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Take off that eye patch. Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can. Clear up this doubt inside me! Wait. So is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena! I really do! But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me? Huh. It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. Not yet. I am still Edgeworth. What? What? We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. while we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end.
When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth.
Precisely. And when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. Girl is making Miles David Hyde Pierce. Someone got it! That is the voice. That is the guy I am mimicking. Specifically, Niles Crane from Frasier. You got it! You got the voice. I loved watching Frasier. It's definitely not like the most profound show, but it's great to have on the TV. It's a very fun and I got it because I just saw Screw on Head yesterday. Kilometer Edgeworth. How many times have you said that? But yeah, that is the voice that I do for Edgeworth. I just pull up Niles because he is American, but he has a very proper way of talking. And so I just kind of added this smugness to it and slowed it down a bit. And now I am Edgeworth. And that's why I was saying the previous times of just, picking out furniture for Merrill. That nearly came out. And then there's the fact his name is Miles, and it's Niles. Niles Crane. I did not kill Maris Fraser! I was shopping for a new armoire. I assure you, I did not run her over with a shopping cart.
Well, Niles, then who did? Because this short, strange detective is at our door and thinks we did it.
Hello, my name's Columbo. We're in the different comic universe now.
Oh, no.
That is a very good comic. If you want to see a great comic dub of Frasier versus Columbo, Jacob the Loafa, has done a comic dub of it, and it's a very good one. I just realized I should have had the badge up this entire time, but hey, this is live. That is exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I needed to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's waiting ahead, I won't be afraid.
Niles! Listen, I pulled some strings with my old police... Oh, wait, no, this is the dad. Niles! Listen, I pulled some strings with my old police buddies. You can tell me if you killed her, son.
But yeah, whenever I think of, like, someone who has a very prissy accent, but is also American, my mind always goes to Niles Crane first. Because it's just a good example. And besides, represent Seattle. I never lived there, but... I live close. So it's always just been... Whenever I saw the transitions in the episodes that showed actual Seattle, and it's just like, hey, I know that! That's so like Apollo. Always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good! Because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternate route, aren't you, Apollo? If I use the process of elimination, there really aren't many possibilities. Director Cosmos with the southern exit. Leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? It's in green text. I'm about to throw a cursor at you. You won't be able to save in a previous game. Where? This is like... I think the trash chute is here.
Take that!
There? I doubt anybody could escape that way. But, can you really say with certainty that it isn't possible? Yes, I believe I can. I guess you're right now. What are you doing? This is serious, Mr. Wright.
Please be serious, Mr. Wright. Oh, that was an explosion. Hey, why are you doing that?
Aura Blackwell demands this to be a perfect trial.
Is it right here?
Take that!
Dang it. Because I was thinking the pods.
There's a few spots there.
There is the air, there's the air regulation pods, and there was the trash chute. And I am surprised neither of those have come up. They made passing reference to it. Of that they found something down the trash chute 7 years ago. They found the robot. It's gonna be something at least vaguely clear on the map.
Take that!
Okay, I need to make sure if this is a real one.
Ooh, we have a new chat member. Sunsa K. They say worth a shot.
Do I have to say the elevators?
Take that!
Been lurking since you played Apollo too. Wishing well. Well, thank you. Tell your friends and clip your favorite parts of the stream. I now have it set up that clipped stuff will show up at the front of the channel. On the main channel page, I mean. Okay, we've tried the control room. We've tried this corridor. We've tried the elevators. We've tried 2 spots inside the boarding lounge. Is it the corridor?
Take that!
They really only could have escaped through the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. I knew it. It's the only way it could be.
If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads into the Space Museum, then I guess it's true. The only exit would have been into boarding lounge 2. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge security camera. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly.
Let Athena have one murder. She earned it.
Could she, like, not murder my love interest? For all intents and purposes, Apollo, it was a secret love interest. How you can be connected to the case and, you know, still have a marketable life from Capcom. But, you knew it was doomed from the start. They had to die. They're gay, openly. Ugh.
The only place the culprit could have escaped to was the Space Museum corridor. There wasn't any other secret corridors or anything. Right? I didn't design the building.
So, that leaves us with no other conclusion to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit.
What could the answer be? Is there really no other escape route? But hold on a second. What if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using... free trial snack, you know, to not get hungry. But then came out using a route other than into Boarding Lounge 2. Oh? Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing. Meaning, the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Which is exactly when an alternative escape route opened up for our culprit.
Are you kidding me? Judging by the intense look in your eyes, I take it you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides Boarding Lounge 2?
You make 20 dinners, you're in a shift. You make 10 art, you're an artist. But if you kill one person...
Yes, that's kind of how the law works. Now, if you made a piece of art that victimized a police officer, then you're an artist, a, you know, criminal and mean artist, but still an artist. You just have to piss off the right people with what you do to become that thing. Do I just say anywhere?
Take that!
We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yeah, I remember seeing some leaves myself.
Do you mean...
Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion, just beyond the corridor's safety door, was an alternative place that the culprit could have used to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was... the area outside the Space Center.
You're freaking insane!
They have
Objection!
stairs and ladders. Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the third floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could have made use of a certain item. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright?
Alright. This is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building.
Take that!
It was in evidence for a reason.
An emergency ladder?
There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab. And it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to the ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. And leapt onto the ladder.
What? Who would have imagined? What the?
I watched the Ben 10 episode yesterday when a biker butch lesbian fuses with an alien and then eviscerates a police academy. Good times. I need an image of this alien. Reasons.
Reasons being, I remember watching all of the original Ben 10, and I want to jog my memories of stuff.
Order! Order in the court! Well, an alternative escape route seems to have emerged, or was lowered into the argument. I'm sorry. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly in an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes. It puts Swiss cheese to shame.
Yeah, it almost could look like a ladder to the truth.
That is a horrible, horrible metaphor.
Alright, then. Name one.
I have here detailed information about the Space Center. According to this, the distance between the museum corridor and the main building during movement is a full 20 feet.
20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right?
In addition, the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, or roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprit would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder.
The killer was Jackie Chan.
He may do his own stunts, but he wouldn't pull a stunt like this. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? Waggle, waggle. They could have waited for the switch to be complete and escaped to boarding lounge number 2.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in boarding lounge 2. Terra Genesis. Dirt evolution? The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was open.
That's a good point.
But you claim that, despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot, death-defying leap. And all in the brief moment, the corridor and the ladder passed each other. That's a good point. I'll just have to go and look at some evidence over here. Oh yeah, her! I vaguely remember her. I do not remember her name, though.
The killer was Ben 10, Your Honor. He turned into Ghost Freak.
What? What? Why wouldn't he use, like, Stinkfly? Or something like that could fly? Ghost Freak cannot fly in direct sunlight. It hurts.
Actually, it was young Ben 10 before the carapace was removed from the ghost.
It's Joey Rojo. Oh? Oh. It's the name of the character. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. If their timing's off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. Actually, it would have been instant. There would have been a 50-foot fall. You know what I mean. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Someone who's afraid of space. What? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination.
Why do you always have to point out every flaw?
Because if we don't talk through our relationship, things will fester and we will hate each other. It's better this way, to talk through your issues, because then you can find out if you truly are incompatible. But most of the time, you can come to a conclusion and a commonality of compromise. Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. Or a secret agent. Everyone feels fear on some level. Wait a minute. Huh. I've got it this time. I can prove that there is someone who could have used this alternative escape route. Oh, can you now? Even chat is saying the culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like Guy Fieri, and we all know he does not exist. Flavor Town is a figment of your imagination. This proves the possibility of a person who could have used the alternative escape route. It's a goddamn space center!
Take that!
Oh, yeah. What's that, Mr. Wright? This is a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear? Right! You can't be serious! Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extreme way of escaping without hesitation. So, you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance to be spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. Like, gnarly even.
All right, stop it, that Apollo. But was there such a person at the scene?
Yes, the Phantom. That mysterious, shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh no, what if they popped up in the middle of the courtroom? We'd be nothing to stop them.
That's not going to work, Mr. Wright. Do you not hear the trumpets?
Yeah, I thought it'd be goofier.
Oh dear! The Phantom. Again?
I knew the Phantom was there behind the scene of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Terran as well.
Alright, correct me if I'm wrong, but I could have swore the times that they, like, are ambiguous about a person, they, like, use non-gendered pronouns like they and them. They were connected to the... so on and such forth. That whenever they do gendered pronouns, it is a twist of like, oh, you thought the Phantom was a man because you said he was part of the bombings, but actually it was a woman.
However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Terran.
Well, Phantom did call Yuri, and Yuri heard their voice. True, but if this person has access to bombs, I wouldn't be surprised if they have a way to, like, modulate their voice, technologically speaking, or just simply go,
Yes, I am man. Are you scared?
Honey, it's time for dinner. I'm coming, Mom. But I'm trying to threaten the stupid NASA people. They think the world is round. I know, dear, but can you just calm down and eat your flat cookies? Okay, Mom.
it's actually not this, like, super scary Phantom spy. It's like a 12-year-old with rubber bones. That does feel like the usual case, but I guess they got enough to assume from Athena's case. Yeah. But yeah, surely they're still open to the possibility if they arise. Your gluten, flour, and sugar-free cookies. Oh, your gluten, flour, and sugar-free cookies. Some of those are actually good, and I have to look into eating them because there have been things that have been happening in my life that might lead to the fact I might not consume gluten well. So there goes Texas toast. I hope it's not true. I just hope I just have a really bad stomach. It's not the gluten's fault.
What? What? Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright! Please continue.
There were just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. It's so similar, in fact, it's so scary. It's almost a jinx, and do you know what that means? You crack a cold one for the sake of a jinx.
Isn't it supposed to be you buy a soda if you win a jinx?
Yeah, but who's winning here? The Phantom. And we're gonna crack a cold one to find this Phantom.
Is the cold one going to be the Phantom?
Yes. Thank you for pointing it out, Your Honor.
I'm here to help.
But why, you may ask? Jinx players don't win. League players don't win. They just get on a streak to build up more salt, so that way when they lose, more salt is produced. It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then, this Phantom is the one who killed Clay? But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. It's the judge.
God damn it, you figured me out. I had to play a fool when the bird and the knife were at my throat, but truly, it was invigorating.
Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right. This escape route must be a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. Oh no. I don't know why, but the crossfade to Edgeworth made me think of an international prosecutor who has been on stage in very high places. And he showed up randomly for a case.
Help me, I'm getting small.
Francisca Schmier. No, I was thinking of Gavin. Francisca still hasn't shown up yet. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads. The bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unstable. That's why he gave advanced warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you are right. No, I'm still in Edgeworth. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. There were 3 bombs.
So, I lowered my emergency ladder. Oh, right, this is a flashback. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to do. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms?
Ugh. The robotics lab wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder. But he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So, you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew the particular ladder was going to be used? That's right.
Who could it be?
Flashback to when Aura had a wife and succeeds her instead of constantly holding back tears and widowed girl failure. Don't do that. There is a part of me that wonders if it's Aura. I don't want it to be Aura, because then it's implying she is heartless. She feels nothing. And from this case of her making us do this stuff in court, this would be the dumbest thing to do. Because she's so guilty that she accidentally killed her wife. Wait a minute.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
No! Don't be Fulbright! Though that could be a very superhero thing to do. Run and jump!
Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the...
Ah!
You've got to be kidding me.
Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I do.
Who is it? Who killed Clay? Our mysterious spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind.
So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to.
His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from the 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What? Are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright?
Exactly. We were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom.
No!
Order! Order in the court, Mr. Wright! How could this be?
That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder to put in use. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all a part of his plan to create an escape route. After Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Terran and escaped into the Space Museum. I'm sorry, Clay, but there can only be one gay relationship in these games, and it's me and Simon. Out of my way, twink! The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time, got a running start, and just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leaped onto it.
I don't believe it. That Adelparter detective did all that? Was it really him? I mean, all this time, I kinda thought he...
Sorry, we didn't catch your name.
My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. The heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. By the way, since I am in this flashback, I make sure that it's not a bad dub because I'm just that fucking awesome. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? It's "In justice we trust."
Then, his concern for Simon was also just one big act?
I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart.
That monster killed Clay? He had me completely fooled.
Come to think of it, he's the one who brought the blood-stained lighter to court too. Wait, the scumbag even made me turn on a
Damn it! How the hell did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Ugh.
Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright.
Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away.
Why do you think I have such a ridiculous accent? I'm not from America. Why do you think I sound like this?
The court will take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand.
Bobby's such a basic name. I'm surprised it works so much. All I had to do was smile and wave. Smash Bros. Everyone's hurt! I'm not even gonna say this. I'm just too shocked.
Also, I am going to take a quick bathroom break here, so... Okay. I'm back. But also, you know how when you're on the toilet, Christmas, just a week away. Oh. Oh yeah, it is December 20th. Just a work week away. But you know when you're on the toilet and you have those like brain blast moments of where everything just kind of comes into place. Ain't it August here? Yeah, but the green text says December. But Ripper, if I find out his name is Fooldom, I might have to ban you from chat. Because that would be an insane spoiler that you've just been seeding throughout. And that's not fun. I don't think so, so no. But still, I want to set a precedent that rule 1, don't spoil anything, is a rule. And I was trying to think of like a first name, and the only thing I can think of is like, hello, my name is Shirley Fooldom. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I...
Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight.
You got it, boss. Thumbs up. Apollo!
Well,
This is awkward. Tug, tug at collar. Ho, ho, ho. Laugh track ensues.
Athena, can you do me a favor?
Huh? What is it?
Shoot me.
No!
Could you punch me, please?
What? Why should I do that?
Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't try.
Ow! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did.
Huh? Now what are you talking about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That is why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really, fully trust her.
Jesus, that flashback got worse every second. What was that? You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo?
So you slapped me.
Yeah.
You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena.
And thanks for waking me up to reality again.
I guess I know who to call if I ever get sleepy in court.
Apollo got you indicted. You're not out of jail yet.
Koopa Road. Like that means anything. Athena! It looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some good news. Aura Blackwell has surrendered and hostages have been set free. Trucy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness. Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. By my guess, it's using the robots to capture Bobby. But he's a goddamn superhero. How? He's just gonna imagine himself stronger than the bots because he's taller. Yes, his power of imagination is going to be very difficult. Ms. Blackwell!
It was supposed to be Mrs. Blackwell, but sure. I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. But I did become because I had something to say to all of you.
Miss Aura.
She better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, Mrs. Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault.
Yes, it's true that the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me.
Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again?
Of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if the other ones who took Matis's killer down.
Leave it to us. We'll get him. So, I guess that means we're starting to trust us, at least. Aura.
Simon, I'm so glad. Both you and the princess were cleared of all suspicion. And it's all thanks to me and my robots. You'd better be grateful.
I never imagined you would go that far. Though, you always were extreme. You even got married before it was even legal. But I don't ever recall requesting your help.
As closed as ever, I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty.
You know me all too well. I guess love can take a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. But I truly was about to be executed tomorrow. Though, because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry I caused you so much anguish.
Simon. I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that.
Aura.
Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to the detention center.
Wow, isn't it a bit sexist? We've never really seen, like, a manly cry, ever. Only women ever cry in this game series. Strange. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. She's not allowed to bring up the fact that no one cries. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother.
I still can't wrap my mind around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom.
I can't believe he killed Clay! Right. And murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes? I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand.
Huh. That was my plan all along, after all. It's highly unconventional for a man of my position to stand in court.
Sir.
You almost called me Right Donut. You almost called me Edgeworth Dono, didn't you, you fucking weeb? The formal paperwork has yet to be filled, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand.
I'm much obliged.
Please tell me they just fall off. He doesn't break them next time.
The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you?
He's Southern now that he's free of his chain. Wait, Aura's not Southern!
How long I have waited. And besides, he's still wearing the freaking weeb jacket. He is not free yet from his sin. Maybe it's the sense of freedom. But even the air seems fresher. The light brighter. And I relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is.
I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet.
After all, we still got a trial to finish.
It's okay to cry, Athena. I promise.
Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me.
What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense bench with me. What? Why not Athena? She's still indicted by you.
Oh. Men cry. Godot. Was that crying or was that bleeding? But yeah, Godot does cry. So.
Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me. Now can I? She's the defendant, because of you. That leaves you, Apollo.
But are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. If I come back now, I get none of my vacation benefits.
Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Apollo.
Athena, I can say it with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world.
Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
That's not an eye patch, Apollo.
Apollo, were you just wearing all of that just to look cool?
Weak-ass twink voice. I'm fine now. I remember looking up the voice actors, and Apollo was someone I recognized. I wouldn't call him a twink. I know that someone here in this voice cast is Fat Gum from My Hero. I can't remember who. Was it Edgeworth?
Now this is the Apollo I know.
He looks like a baby. Welcome back, Apollo!
It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand.
Yep.
I should head back to the prosecutor's office.
But why?
I want to look into a few things. Namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background.
Sounds great, Edgy. Thanks.
It's Edgeworth officially. We're in company, remember?
Sorry, Edgeworth.
I expect to be repaid with a victory, right? Now, if you'll excuse me.
Okay. You two all set to go?
You bet I am!
Let's do this!
Imagine that scene with Apollo's DLC costume. I haven't looked at those. Huh.
This is it. The final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. Courtroom bombing incident.
Why is Athena's that? And why does Phoenix not have one? And Apollo looks like he's not even supposed to be a prosecutor. He looks like a witness. Just a random person you'd meet.
And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called us to bring the responsible one for it all to justice today. December 20th, 5:27 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4.
Let us now reconvene.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution has never been more ready.
You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it, although back then I thought you were more loud than you were reliable.
A little pouty face. What did you say?
You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. He's still got that ego of his, though.
The fact you call that ego says a lot about you, Mr. Height. Prosecutor Blackwell, with the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately.
Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same.
7 years ago, grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess.
Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed on the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright. Do you know why you have been called to give testimony?
Yep, because there is only one reason why I'd be called.
And that is because it's time for justice! In justice we trust!
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies.
What?
Oh no, wait, there it is! It's been there the whole time! I was gonna say, it's like the only person who I know who has no fear and is stabbed in the right hand is, Christoph Gavin. But it's like, he's been in prison. He's probably killed by now. But there it is. The stab.
What? Are you questioning the integrity of my sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey.
He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident.
Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get you to your testimony. All right, fine.
You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that.
Doll, you gave me an evil idea.
The biggest charge against Bobby is homophobia.
That's right, Simon. I only acted like I was interested in you to get the gay savior card. A gay person can't be the villain of a story. We're not that far into society yet. You're still seen as woke if you have a gay character somewhere in a not death role. Why do you think I killed Clay? To make it look like it was both not progressive, but in fact, all part of the plan. You didn't hear any of that. I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you making me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape route is only a theory. You don't have any proof, Matt Pat. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This lighter with her prints on it.
So, you're saying the suspicion against you is completely false? And that the defendant is the real culprit?
That's right! Mr. Lawyer's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder.
We don't have any proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either.
I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is.
Objection!
Oh, a gay person can absolutely be the villain. They legally had to be for like 30 years. I mean... But we got past that. Now we can have twist villains. Don't make me break out a dictionary on you.
Hey! Please don't throw the book at me.
Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? We're already an hour and 30 minutes into the stream.
But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice. Justice.
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish, Fulbright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it.
Prosecutor Blackwell?
Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. They what? Yeah. You weren't there for a lot of that.
Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicion against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions.
The real charge of Bobby will be jaywalking, first-degree murder, kidnapping, assassination, impersonation, robbery, war crimes, assault, second-degree murder, bombing, terroristic activity, etc.
How can you have an etc. on a fucking wanted poster?
Bobby Fulbright, you are sentenced to reading. No, not the book!
And Bobby is sentenced to death penalty in 50 different ways, ancient torture included. Simon was under house arrest for the last few months in Bobby's apartment. Wait, but is it in the law book? Doesn't it say that only house arrest can be people who are in a relationship? Mr. Wright, why are you doing eyebrow things? Mr. Wright, you're scaring... I get it now.
Took you long enough.
As is my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. ACAB, all cops are better. Boo. What? What? Blue lives matter. Ow! What's with the tomatoes? Does anyone have any objections?
That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away, and don't hold back.
Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
It's all gay. Always was. The embodiment of justice. I'm the very embodiment of justice. I won't hear of you making me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments.
Speaking of the power of imagination, I have my own. This character has bounced around several different things. It originally was a OKKO, like, OC, and then it moved over to My Hero. But now it's just in my own little superhero story thing. But it's a villain called Egro. And they have the power that however they see themselves, they physically are. So if they see themselves as this big humbering monster, they are a big humbering monster. And my favorite thing to do with heroes is problem solve, and my favorite thing to do with villains is design a prison cell for them. And for Egro specifically, did I already say? For Egro specifically, I have it that it's like they have a tape constantly playing in his cell while he is supposed to be awake, that it's just like,
you're a small, insignificant man. You're a small, insignificant man.
And it's just the idea that it's just constant reinforcement that they're just small and pathetic. But then the way they get out is someone will convince Egro that it's like, no, 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 no. They didn't put a tape on. No, you're way too high valuable. You're powerful. They found triplets. They constantly work day in, day out to keep you sedated because they fear your awesome, large power. And that's how Egro gets out of that prison cell. Because they see themselves as being more important. And with My Hero, they have those little subtitles of just like, the detective hero, da-da-da. They're labeled as the snowballing villain.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice. Those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying something, it can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too? By wishing over and over, imagining something. Imagining greatness. Imagining perfect justice. Me. All right. Let's just move on.
Hold it!
Oh, you like every justice? Justify all ethical belief systems.
It's because people believe in them. Bam! You didn't say I had to do a sentence for all of them. You just said justify all of them. And I did. It's because people believe in them. Ha! Belief has power. I would know. My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's reasoning behind even a tofu burger. But what we have against Miss Sykes, though, it's not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright right dono. Especially about that lighter. He's right. What exactly should I ask about here? Please tell the court about the position of the prints on the lighter. They're around the same spot on either side, as they would be if she were holding it up. I suppose if it was used to light the room, it would be held that way. Could you please add that statement to your testimony?
No, I can't. Why can't I look at Ora's statement? Do I just have to read it? I feel like I have to get the number of prints.
Hold it!
Oh wait, these are new lines. What? I jumped all the way to the end?
So you mean the lighter that was found in the Space Museum, is that right? The one and only! After Miss Sykes murdered Mr. Terran, she escaped into the Space Museum. That's when she probably dropped the lighter. Then, after the launch pads were switched, she ran out of the Space Museum, where her image was caught by the security camera. Without evidence, I should probably save this fight for another time.
This is a safe for work stream. What has been going on in chat that you have to mention that, doll? Okay, I'll just press the statements.
Hold it!
Yes, Miss Blackwell did mention she saw a lit lighter being held up.
Yep, meaning the person Miss Blackwell saw was the owner of the fingerprints. It just strengthens the argument against Miss Sykes.
Ugh. This line of questioning is gonna get me anywhere except conviction land. Should I try asking him about something else? How many prints were found exactly?
3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger on the right hand. There we go.
Your Honor, this is an important statement. Could we please have it
Swapped into my testimony? You got it. He beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key.
Joke's on you, Athena only has 2 fingers on her right hand.
Then, how would they be inside the fingerprint data center?
Oh no!
It says in there,
Objection!
you say the prints were from a right hand. Is that correct?
That's right. Very clear prints.
But that just doesn't add up.
Huh? What doesn't add up?
According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, This person held the lighter in their left hand.
Oh!
So, here is the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left?
You're right. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Oh no, wasn't there a mirror?
Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. Phoenix, why is the like evidence check music playing? Oh no, there was a mirror in the room. I can't let them realize that. The witness's claims don't even hold water.
Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this.
Oh, that'd be so fun. If it, like, Detective Fulbright is able to use, like, the stuff. If the, like, map showed up and a little Detective Fulbright hand went over and pointed of just like, it was a mirror. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then, why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it!
What have you got, Detective?
I got a bone. Throw it.
No take. Only throw.
Oh gosh, he did! The mirror! The witness must have seen a reflection of the culprit in the mirror.
Ah, they don't hold water because they're so full of holes.
Oh. Yeah. Well, unless you, you know, watched Ninjago and you watched the scene where I think her name was Nia, it was Kai's sister, was learning the power of water, and Shifu was like, fill up this bucket with water. And it was just like, oh, she couldn't, like, fill it up with water because there was a hole right in the middle of it. And she got so infuriated that she throws the bucket into the river. But then, there it is. It's a bucket full of water.
I bet Swiss cheese is jealous of it having so many holes.
Go on.
Miss Blackwell was looking in through the window of the boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. If you mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room. Yeah, that's right. And across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. Oh, Fulbright tricked him. He got Phoenix to say, oh, these are... He got Phoenix to point out which side it was. But seriously, how could the killer not, like, get into one of these pods and just hang out? Or go down the trash chute? There's, like, several options here. The killer is still there. See how it's closed? So you are saying... Yeah! The culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection in... a person in the reflection.
Ah, I see. In that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they?
Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, Dono. You'd sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? That's right! Besides, the lighter could have been in the left hand. Why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? That emblem is only on one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly! As blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit held the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem because you totally can't rotate a fucking lighter. Uh-oh. What's more, if this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting... So if the culprit held it in their left hand with the emblem out and visible, they wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in their right hand.
No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction. No.
It appears you've planted a flower that bears no fruit. Show me a fucking flower that makes a fruit. Blueberries. What? They're technically flowers before they happen. That's why if you eat a blueberry before it has become ripe, it tastes like paper. You've had experience with a blueberry, haven't you, Blackwell?
Of course I have.
Weeb shit.
El Tigre on Nick. Got a Nick on that Nick. Nick, the Nick. Nickelodeon.
Sion withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. In justice we trust. Now do you see? I'm not this phantom you've been talking about. I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet it's just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad. But I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit. That's new.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? I can't look at it.
Huh? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an Earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? I knew it. You're lying, detective.
Yeah!
But pardon me? Pardon me? You mean...
Yeah, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out.
Justice Dono. Are you to use that cheat of yours again?
It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackwell!
Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever's working right now. Go on, then.
We have Prosecutor Blackwell's reluctant blessing, apparently. Okay, Apollo, you're up! Here goes. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time?
What in the world are you up to?
Alright, fine. I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when you hold the right hand.
It's probably going to be his hand. Damn it. Dang it. He's wearing a full suit. I don't know where it would be. I know... You think you saw it. I know it's definitely on statement number 2. This one. Gotta be looking out for something. And there's no button to hit back to the beginning because we're doing, strangely, a segment that's not in a testimony. Tum Tum. That was not advice. I mean, he's the Phantom. He's not supposed to have a huge tell, so... I do not know where it's gonna be. What? Oh wait, brown and hazel are like the same. Does he not blink when he's saying is the only side? Because he blinks here. Okay, he blinks at the start.
Gotcha!
Aha! I spy a nervous tick. A tick? Maybe I should squash it then.
That's not the kind of tick I had in mind. Could you please repeat your statement?
I'll say it as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The Earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when in the right hand. No!
Okay, I'm officially saying I would like help on this segment. I do not know where to look. Hopefully it's not another situation of like,
It's 'cause his armpits sweat.
please not again. Huh?
Gotcha!
The fuck is that?
Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running along the edge of your holster.
Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about.
Be that as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it.
But why? You're not making any sense. You can't.
Silence.
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a little look-see, should you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackwell! Me? Shoot first, cast later? Police brutality? 14 dead in my career? Pish! I've killed more than that. I'm not sure what this is all about, but if the prosecutor Blackwell insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter.
Good! Now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now, let's check every inch of this thing. The back is covered with blood. Say, do you notice anything funny about this blood stain? You're right. I thought you were right. It suddenly breaks off unnaturally. Supposedly, the lighter was held in the right hand so that the emblem was visible. If so, the print should be around the emblem on the lid where you open it. You're right, there's definitely something off here. Am I able to open? I don't see anything unusual about the top of the lid. But Detective Fulbright's they're definitely were hiding something. Let's look for something that has to do with what he said. It's hard to tell if the prints are from a right hand or a left just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. But this lighter definitely hides a secret. Agreed. Let's check it carefully. Can I open it? So, this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright was talking about. See anything noteworthy? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Whoa! Oh, wow! It transformed into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is?
There's no question. It seems what you have there is a gun. What?
A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe a .10 caliber. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene.
I'm flabbergasted. The lighter was a gun?
It's a secret spy weapon. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say it's strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, it was found in the Space Museum and then brought straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out.
Objection!
Whenever you mention that Earth emblem, you touch your holster.
Oh, I'm not that elite, but thanks. Wait. Strike that from the record.
You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun.
Accuse me all you want, but where is your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun?
Not exactly.
And whose prints are on it? Miss Sykes' prints.
But if she had prints, whose prints are on the trigger?
It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. Now, it would appear that the detective is right. You guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions, coming from the prosecutor's side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cosmos in the lounge after the incident, and the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter, and the person who murdered Mr. Terry, and the person who bombed the Space Center, are all the defendant, Athena Sykes. The prints on the lighter are decisive proof. What? No! Do you see? A man on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claim stands firm. But calm down, Apollo. Have a drink. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter is not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you hit on something, Apollo. You've seen Bobby at night? Yeah. I was investigating stuff. Something pointed me to him, but then I played it off because he couldn't be that smart. But obviously, that is the greatest disguise for a spy, now thinking about it. It's just, the prints in the lighter aren't the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean, you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be a part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off on my own? Oh yeah, wait, it is past 5 p.m. Kay points out it's also night right now. Sky looks orange. Oh yeah, wait, we can see the outside! This is a blown up court! But yeah, technically anything past 5 p.m. is night. If you want to get real weird about it. I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Oh wait, right. I'm Fulbright. I don't have the flashback curse. It is indeed. Have a look at this.
What's this? A lighter.
Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some prints we found in the boarding lounge.
Ah, yes. I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I am so powerful, the bad dumb flashback curse can't even affect me. I can always make another copy for myself, so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? How the prints were left on it. The owner of the prints. Where the prints are on it. Anything odd about where the prints are? No, I guess it was fired at a gun. That's about where the prints would be, but there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong? No, I guess I don't see anything strange about that. Oh no, you picked both wrong options. Are they really Athena's fingerprints? It definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and the print data. Isn't that correct? Yes. What about it? You said Miss Sykes' prints match the print data. But I have to wonder, was the data you used official?
Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated?
I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official, sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case.
What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity?
There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
Your Honor, I will lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun.
Very well, then. Bailiff!
The dark age of the police starts now. Huzzah! Bang! Bang! Don't you know we're in America? I'm making the police like America now. What? What? Don't you get it? We're in America. Motherfucker. Let me say it properly with my powerful imagination. I imagine I am not censored when I say the proper words. We're in Japan! And I'm gonna make it like America.
It appears that the official data is here.
And the results?
It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendants.
Yes.
The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Tarrant.
Oh, Clay was the spy! Wait, no, he wasn't. He had to be a foreign spy. And Clay's knew Apollo. Totally. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter?
Ah, I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? I personally removed his glove during the investigation. We had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity, after all. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood. After which you wiped the blood off of his hand.
Uh-oh.
By your own admission, you were also the only one who compiled the phony print data. All to put the blame on Miss Sykes.
It's funny how you're like, Clay can't be foreign because Apollo. And Apollo's parents are like traveling performers from Bulgaria. Oh, fuck! Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who was behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit.
So, does this Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom?
Remember the killer's escape route? No ordinary person would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, you were the only one who could have used that escape route.
Fulbright, are you really the Phantom?
I'm gonna take a swig.
Come on, reveal.
Answer me, or so help me I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Hey! Alright, I'll talk! I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence!
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. But I'm not a spy! I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. Under the cover investigator? That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity and secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright.
That's right, I was working to track down the Phantom. But sadly, even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him.
What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But what if what you say is true, then who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Starbuck saw?
It was the Phantom, I tell you!
All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter?
That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Pinning the crime on Athena Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders.
And you expect me to buy that?
I'm a cop, I always follow orders. A good soldier follows orders.
Technically, you're a private, secret undercover investigator. You're not a cop. Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective?
I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you, too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. I'm actually very ace. He ordered me to get back to that psych profile, you had on him. So it's a him.
So, he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he?
I haven't been a champion of justice.
I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
I like it when Phoenix had to pin it on him and Adrian for Maya. The past year and 28 days of my life.
The past year and 28 days of my life, the happiest days in my memory, are because of a goddamn Phantom.
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information on all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now there are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
With the ceiling blown off, I suppose you are vulnerable to sniper shots in this courtroom. Just 2 seconds ago, Fulbright was threatening Athena, treating Athena like a criminal. Does he really think he's going to lie his way out of it now?
But on the surface, everything does seem to make sense. This could be bad, Mr. Wright. If we can't find a flaw in his logic,
He's right. After we've come all this way, we can't let Fulbright wriggle free now.
There! I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right?
I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom.
What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom!
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there's no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom.
Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact Detective Fulbright fabricated evidence. But,
I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie.
Prosecutor Blackwell!
This fool truly thought he could reform a death row inmate like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me. He actually became quite a nuisance, really.
Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me!
which I just realized, if he truly is the Phantom,
Which we just saw a little bit there.
then it just seems like he's a very emotional person, but it's just the fact he's overacting.
The oboe comes in. Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it is against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You'll have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy, and don't you ever betray me again. Have you got that?
Yes! Thank you! Oh, thank you! Such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing.
Hey, why weren't you crying at Athena and Apollo?
In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. So I can now hand down a not guilty verdict with confidence.
Very good. I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over. Everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well.
Mr. Wright, you can't let the trial end here. If we do the Phantom, the man who killed Clay will get away.
I know.
But what do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he gonna get away with it just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. There's like a different look in his eye now.
Oh, his pupils are dilated. He's got a more intense look.
And with that, I'm off!
Hold it! The defense... No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue.
What? But I was about to declare you innocent of all charges.
It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over?
Athena, what are you doing? I hope we don't get held in contempt of court.
This is cute. This is so cute. They're all just pushed in behind the table. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Hey, look at that, a woman finally talking. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you?
Of course I am. And I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions?
There's no emotion. I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's word, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all.
What does that mean?
We may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie.
That's it. With your special ability, we just might be able to stop him.
Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by our accusations.
Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow.
If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him?
Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? See, even he's laughing. Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as, you're an undercover investigator, your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it.
But I thought you believed in me!
Silence.
Oh, how you amuse me so. What's going on here?
That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon.
I knew you would catch on, Athena. Learned it from Ma.
Learned it from Ma.
Huh? Mind filling me in here?
guess we left you in the dust, huh, Mr. Right? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright, because he knew I'd notice if there was a lack of emotion like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of the Detective Fulbright's heart.
What? You two were working together just now? Come on now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart.
You got it! Time to check the instant replay! Widget, mon ami, let's do this!
Thank you for believing. This is so...
Oh, this is such a good thing. Why didn't I think of this when they said the Phantom didn't have any emotions? That we'd see this. This is so great.
And I'm an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was convincing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad, bad person for cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else can I do?
Even with all his over-the-top expressions and gestures, he registered no emotion at all.
It's just like I thought, and right in the line with the Phantom's psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. what kind of spiking stuff is going on here? Hey, what's going on?
Wait, hold it. What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything.
He's trying to hack the Moon Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this.
Hey! Hey!
Fancy device you have there. But I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. As an undercover agent, I tend to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like as a spy.
Thanks, brother. There! Now that you can't hack me anymore, fucking cheater, I dare you to try and hide your lack of emotions from us.
Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings! As a matter of fact, you've wounded me very deeply with that accusation!
What's going on? All of a sudden, I'm getting an overwhelmingly happy reading.
Huh? But he's literally crying a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this?
Yikes. He's angry all of a sudden.
What is he trying to pull?
Wait.
Athena, we've been over this. I am not your brother. I may have helped you, but I am technically an uncle. I am brother to your other mother. Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation.
Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right?
Precisely. Which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions.
Very good, Prosecutor Blackwell. You are correct. It's the result of my daily training. A very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know.
More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective.
A feeling I'm trying to hide? That's a good one. You're the one who's been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions.
I was just trying to show you the range of my deep emotions I truly possess.
Then you have no objections to me analyzing you, right?
No. Analyze away. But I will state again, I am not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect.
Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do.
Wait a minute! It keeps on changing!
I'm hashtag deep.
What the? How are we supposed to pick out what's unnatural from this mess?
I don't know what we can do with this either.
This must be his defense against your ability.
So you think this is what he meant by what he's really capable of?
I'd hate to know what's going on inside that guy's head. Well, we know he's hiding something, and that he feels threatened by Athena.
Why are they talking like an anime? Because they are.
We are anime. Look at my fucking head. Look at my hair. Being only human, his true feelings and emotion he can't completely conceal. He must be hiding somewhere in his testimony.
I noticed this one was consistent sad. The other ones will blink in and out. This one, not.
I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of the chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade.
Fear, huh?
A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feels.
And it was a response to that moon rock.
Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because... You're an alien. Your identity will be revealed. You lost it. You failed to steal it. You tried but failed to steal the moon rock. That stain on your career as a spy has left you feeling afraid. But the moon rock did indeed disappear from the laboratory. It's laboratory, Poindexter. Is that a way of calling me weeb? Yeah. And I'd hardly think a person who feels so little would feel fear over a thing like that. Don't everyone jump on the Phoenix hype train all at once now. Did the topic of what a spy might fear most come up in our discussion earlier? Of course. That's it.
Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity.
Wow. The flashback, it goes back to Blackwell's old voice?
Yes.
It's quite annoying. Can we get through this flashback?
I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of corporations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believed I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all.
Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You're afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity.
If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately.
That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid.
Me? Afraid? I don't know what you're talking about.
Flashback Apollo is like a Jersey girl. No, Flashback Apollo is just straight up like a bad dub protagonist.
What? No! You can't be serious! I will fight till the end of the times!
And then, like, bad dub Phoenix is Aaron. Aaron Hansen's protag voice.
What? No way.
So, there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity?
Apparently so. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity.
Hold it!
Bye-bye.
Where do you think you're going?
Me? I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thingy to try to get away? How many more toys does he have? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel fear in connection with the moon rock?
In justice, we trust, not emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid? Don't make me laugh. Ay! What was that just now?
Still got that.
But all human beings have hearts and experience emotion. Is Fulbright a robot?
Oh my gosh!
Did Matis, did she design the perfectest robot? But with the issue that because Matis designed it, her being a lesbian who is attracted to a Blackwell, does she think that Blackwells are the peak of whatever gender would be attracted? And so she thinks all women like women. And so if she made a male robot, it would be attracted to the male Blackwell. Will it make him look like that? Well, I think he changed his look. If he is a robot, he wanted to look different and not like one of these. The neurons are firing. Or even the fact he is Bobby Sykes, Athena's. Wait a minute. Can we get a good look? There's a similarity. If Matis made an android, it would be an anime waifu.
Don't you know? I have huge honkin' tits under this suit. Why do you think I wear a harness all the time? It's to contain the true form of me. An android, a perfect machine of human and machine.
Wouldn't that be a cyborg?
Shut up, we're going with Dragon Ball logic here. To contain my justices. One's called truth, the other's called justice. In justice we trust because it's over the heart. Or where mine would be.
Sometimes analyzing a case from the psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Ow! He grabbed it, Danny. The Moonrock earring.
It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that it's effective. In an era where evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the Moonrock anyway?
Nope, she still has her earring.
Well, I admit I don't have any conventional proof.
But I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Or, dumber idea. They were building an android, and Aura's like,
You know, Simon, he needs a strong man to show his other side to. He needs someone, don't you know? I guess so. Maybe we should work on that.
that's not your canon voice.
Of course not. I would never reveal it right now. It's just a memory.
It has its merits.
Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of people in the gallery.
All I hear is distrust.
I don't know if anyone else has listened to the Epic musical, but immediately Underworld came into my head.
All I hear are screams. All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes.
As you can see, the people are on my side. Because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine.
But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people.
It's got a thing of doubting yourself. Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been the key in getting to the truth.
What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one! I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the blasted Moonrock! Yes, but you feel tummy rumblies, you're burping. I see. Very well. I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that a person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is.
But, Your Honor...
There, you see? Nobody believes you at your trumped-up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analysis can contribute to making the truth clear. I've seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest.
So,
does this mean? You will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor.
Yes. Yes, I believe your claim, Miss Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels feared in regards to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter.
Cut to Athena using analytical psychology to falsely accuse people through this game. Then that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear.
Analytical psychology. My fears? Fine! I'll show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. My fear of the moon rock. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I am very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice.
No, you're over at the witness stand.
Shut up!
Did stream go silly mode?
Yeah, I thought I saw like a stop.
And there you have it. Now, do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock?
Let me check the stream health.
It's been a while.
Stream. Whoop.
Says there was an error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming, as such viewers will experience buffering. Oh no.
Let me check what else is using the network. OBS, Opera, and Discord. Nothing really. So, ooh. I really need to reset Opera. It's getting a bit hungry. Okay. Back to the stream.
And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it, right, Dono? With your deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackwell. Don't you know, it's a guarantee I will have homoerotic tension between any prosecutor, except for the Payne family. They have to be in more than one case in a row. We have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction.
I bear part of the responsibility as well for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom We're there at the beginning of the dark age of the law. Then, it is also our burden to cut it away. The foul specter we created. Is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the court and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotions. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so enticing.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies anyway. And always.
Yeah, it's weird seeing Fulbright's eyes be that.
I felt fear when I thought about the moon. Oh, that was the entire preamble before the cross-examination. Jeez and crackers.
Let's catch up on some chat. Simon also needs an Uncle Sonic Crisis City theme. Watch buffering. Thing is, it cut out for like 10 seconds and then resume where it was. So it's like deaf behind. Well then, if the stream is behind for you, you can just use some of the... Well, when you get to this part, you can use the like fast forward features to like try and slowly get back up to speed without skipping.
What made me send all that message I did when I was gone? Is the Phantom meaning fake messages of me?
Believe it or not, I don't think there's any tension with Phoenix, with Next Prosecutor. Any tension at all. Or leave this stream. Oh.
How much buffering? Yeah!
Yeah, my phone's also acting up. Alright. I think I'm just gonna kill Discord. Just turn it on later. Okay. See how long it takes till my attorney's badge shows up. Oh. Oh no. It still says it's live, but it just went out on my phone. Okay. Finally. Get this show back on the road.
Hold it!
It only reminded you of the Phantom. Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like
feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. I hate to admit it, but he's right.
Hold it!
Your family? Like, who is your family specifically?
Oh, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example?
Maybe. We need a more concrete answer than that.
Maybe. My mother, my son, or my daughter? Maybe it was all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. He's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. Is it any wonder how I followed the Phantom's orders?
Hold it!
You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock.
I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How can someone like me, with my wealth of emotions, be expected to understand the guy?
A Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big. Like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what?
Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock?
But fingerprints can be wiped off.
Okay. Then maybe he wanted the rock so bad, he literally drooled on it and left his DNA.
We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off.
Huh?
Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago.
His blood got on the rock.
I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock.
I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering then, if you don't mind. So, the very fact I'm afraid. And how afraid are you, exactly? I'm so scared I start to shake even when I see the moon in the sky!
Do you shake when you see Miss Sykes' earring?
Well, to be honest, since the very first time I met Miss Sykes, I felt more than a little frightened of her.
I guess some people just inspire that much fear in others.
Mr. Right, were you thinking something mean-spirited and rude? You were, weren't you?
Haha, of course not. Must beef up mind-reading defenses. Grr.
Teach me, Phoenix. My girlfriend keeps reading my mind and it's dangerous. I'm saying that as me. Me. Tidbits. My girlfriend thinks that reading minds is a normal human thing, but no, only vampires and fae can do that. That's what she is. She's like 1,000 years old. But I know her secret.
Now do you understand? The very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock proves that...
Hold it!
After all that you've done, how... Uh-oh. After all that you've done, how dare you speak the word justice?
In justice we trust! I'll say it as much as I want and with absolute confidence. Whatever I say is just. That's how it works in the dark age of the law.
Ugh. You won't get the best of me with that twisted argument of his. I will find a way to get him right where I want him.
Detective Fulbright, or rather, the Phantom, feels fear in regards to the Moonrock. Probably has something to do with being afraid that his true identity will be revealed.
Right, so that's why the Phantom had to take the Moonrock with him 7 years ago. In that case, if he had something to show the real cause of Fulbright's fear, we just might be able to expose his true identity.
I want to present the bomb because it has the piece.
Objection!
That statement is clearly inconsistent. Aye!
Blink.
Don't be absurd. I must have gotten it wrong. In the art of the sword, you must slash your opponent before he draws his weapon. But in your case, you'd be struck down before he even touched your blade.
I'll try to draw faster next time.
That I'd like to see. But in the meantime...
Uh-huh. Yes, in the meantime, the explosions!
Objection!
Don't you find this statement to be a bit odd? You have the question wrong. Huh? I believe you meant to say, don't you find my head to be a bit odd?
Huh. You better not be talking about my fucking hair.
If you choose to wave your sword at contradictions that don't exist, prepare to have the soundness of your mind brought into question. Subtle, aren't you?
Dang it, they had a different defeat line there.
Objection!
Yeah, I noticed when I checked back on it, it's like, oh, stream is fine after 3:04 p.m. So I think we're sailing smoothly, except for the game, because I do not know what to do next. I feel like we're supposed to somehow connect the Moonrock and show that, oh, look, he's so scared. The only items with the moon rock in them are this one, because right here is a moon rock. The pod. And then the incident. And then also the earring. Why would the moon rock have his blood? Because he got stabbed in the hand. And the only cloth he could... Wait.
Objection!
What do you think we should do, doll? I am completely out of ideas. Try knife. On which statement?
Objection!
Thank you! Thank you, doll. I did not think of the knife. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is.
Of course! That's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Terran.
That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand.
Yes. That was discussed earlier, as I recall. Take off your glove. Immediately? We need to get married first. Damn it, right. That's what I was trying to do. I had feelings he was the Phantom because he had no emotions, I could tell. And I've been trying to propose to him to get him to take his glove off.
He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again.
And this time you got him, didn't you?
I did. I remembered it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand.
Miss Sykes then stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got on the moon rock, and he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the scene of the crime.
You mean if we ran an analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is?
Yes, I suppose so. But unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing.
That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in great detail.
You can?
Of course. Not.
You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me.
Hey!
What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Ah, the infamous sword of the... The sword of the Begillian Bluff. Its edge is without compare. Come now, ready it with me, and show us just how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage! Oh, I mean, this is an outrage! Hey! Go on right, Dono. Finish it.
Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen.
Oh, you're right!
You just noticed? Did you think I was Apollo or Athena?
No, right without a W.
Oh.
But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime?
Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then.
All that, in spite of Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming in or going. You can't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints.
That was a very insensitive flashback. Hey, I'm not the one producing the dub. You don't believe me. I do not believe you.
Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center?
In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible.
Phoenix petitions for a crying bathroom. That's why you never see him crying.
You show ankle. You hussy. Don't pretend to be conservative now. Take off your glove.
And why's that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom. And especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found. Oh, how can I forget about that? A sad but true fact. We still haven't a grasp on how it was done. But the Phantom made the rock vanish into the aether. Wouldn't it be ether? It wasn't the fancy symbol in front. We can't type that. Oh. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tell us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet, a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And it never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing himself. But how? There must be a way. Think, Phoenix, think!
Oh no! Did he cram the rock into a corpse?
So, can you or can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Right? Remember, this is an E for everyone game. There may be death and stuff, but we don't see anyone actively die. So that means it's perfectly fine to show corpses.
Yes, I can, Your Honor.
This is M? This is the game that got M? Oh, shit! They could! They totally could! I have a funny story about that, actually. But you know it was actually M because gay people. But what's your story, Doll? Let's listen to Doll. Let's put Aura's face on while Doll speaks. I asked my mom for permission, and she said no. But then immediately watched CSI Miami man get ripped apart in a bear trap. And I was like, it's just a simple crime solve thing. Oh my gosh. Jeez and crackers. And then the 3DS locked me out of it permanently. Oh no! No! Because I entered my birthday thinking 17 was okay. Oh no! Yeah, you gotta think of it like this. If you ever imagine an age and imagine an old weirdo saying that's mature, if you feel icked out at that scenario, they're not mature yet. And it never gave me the option again. Ah, that's a shame. But now we're here. So I imagine you put it on another 3DS if you had one, since you said you played this one. You know about Aura. Or is it just sheerly you've seen Aura from other spots? She shows up in the next game. Yay! I actually got past it through luck/time. Ah, okay. You waited. You waited to see the magnificence of Aura. She's the reason this game is M-rated.
What? Oops. Sorry. What? This is getting tiring.
In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright.
How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? Is this how we're gonna say the bomb?
But I waited until I was like 22. Got the games for like $5 each. Yeah.
Take that!
Bomb!
That's where the moon rock was hidden.
Yes, well, I thought it would be kind of cool if it was.
I wasn't asking about what you thought was cool. I was looking for a reasonable argument.
It didn't work like 19, 20, 21, 22. Damn. Damn.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went up with the Hat 1 rocket?
He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day.
Yes, and the team must have loaded it into the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched up into space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was...
Exactly. The Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how.
Only thing I find cool is Yowie, Mr. Wright. I get it from Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. And my grandson, loves it.
It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe.
What?
What? And I would have gotten away with it too.
Order in the court! I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat One anyway. And he used his primary objective to conveniently kill two birds with one stone.
That's right. He planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out in space, thereby destroying the piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. But Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot.
Ugh.
The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow.
Ugh!
If we analyze the blood on the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear. That you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright.
So, he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back?
I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. Clay must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung on to that capsule for all it was worth, his very last breath.
Yeah. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do.
Boy, he's totally out of whack now.
I love that reaction shot. Just both of them looking at Wright. Like, can you believe this?
Think that terminally ill grandson from Apollo loves Yowie. He has a make-a-wish about seeing, like, Yowie cosplayer.
That feels weird. Yeah, like, comic genre cosplayer sounds like a weird thing. I'm just like, yeah, I'm a Yuri cosplayer. What? Is that like from Doki Doki Literature Club, the character? No, like the concept. Huh? I just dress up as female characters and kiss other girls. What? And people pay for that? People make wishes for that. Cancer kids want to see that? Cancer kids want to see Yuri.
Everyone comes together to dramatically influence the case. Love it.
It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it to it all now?
There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator. I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood on the rock is just another one of his schemes. A trap. Wait, did you just admit there's blood on the rock? Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose if the Phantom is a spy worth his salt, the trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap.
That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigation is in order.
Silence!
His favorite drink, blood on the rocks. Cosmic, not lust, sadly.
Further investigation. More like plotting your escape. No more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must, here and now.
I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell! Hey, you guys aren't really... Hold it. It looks like I made it just in time.
Edgeworth.
I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something about the Phantom's true identity? You might say that. I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee and 2 officers, were registered in the robot's recognition systems. But none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important find. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Merrill is about to enter. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. I don't know why, but Doll saying, "This is fucking crazy," made me realize, oh no, the reason it's M-rated is because of Robin being able to trans their gender. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body was found a year ago. has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints.
Then does this mean...
Yes, that man there is an imposter. Pretending to be Bobby Fulbright.
An imposter? Then this man... Emergency meeting! Who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. If you'll not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you.
They should put AA gear in Among Us. Maybe. I mean, that would be great in VR of, like, pointing a finger. Objection!
What the... Ah! His face! It's not bleeding.
Ah, look what you did to my mask.
Mask? What is the meaning of this, witness?
Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now.
Wait, but that's...
Hey, Apollo! Yup, it's me, Solomon Starbuck! Also, I can clearly see that they just attached the head onto his body. Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom. Can you?
Silence!
Of course not. The real Starbuck was aboard the Hat 1, which was set to be destroyed.
Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want.
Objection!
Not so fast. I have the Phantom's psych profile right here. If we compile a psych profile on you and compare the results, it'll prove that you're the Phantom.
It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase. The end justifies the means.
That voice, those words.
I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes.
Professor Neens! Mask!
I'll take what I want by any means necessary. Now, give me that evidence.
That's so goofy. Huh?
Time to take out the trash. Permanently.
How could you? We made copies of that.
Now, do you see how powerful the ends justifies the means can be?
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face.
Ah, but that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all.
Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror?
Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager.
Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Blackwell?
The Phantom should write fanfic. He has good read on characters. Yup.
That's right. I don't know who I am. I am always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self.
Damn. I feel doing this solo, not only it's like, oh, look at how amazing this person can be. They can be so many different people. It's like complimenting me doing all of their voices.
Can you do a Hulk Hogan for my kid's birthday party, Mr. Phantom? Can you do a Deku for my sick child's Yaoi Make-A-Wish?
I'm sorry, but I can only do a Deku Kitten Make-A-Wish. No yaoi. I am a one-man show. I do not have a Bakugo. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. I am nobody. I am everybody. Was there ever a time there was someone who ever loved me? I am nobody, yet there's 47 of me, blending like a true clone.
Denbull. Hitman rap. That's where that's from.
What's with this guy? Is he even still human?
And now, we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright.
Oh,
I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I am the Phantom.
I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims of a phantom trap won't work anymore.
Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule.
I think I'll do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your... Fudge!
It was the courtroom bombing from other day. The capsule was there in courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for the defense effort.
Imagine a DLC costume where you can make Bobby look like this the whole time.
Oh no! What? I'm so sad. You can totally read my emotions. But what a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion.
So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. Hey Apollo, look at this. What? Why did they label it all so randomly? Yeah, someone asked an artist to do... No, look at 7K. No. Yeah. Damn.
The Phantom was behind everything! The bombing, the murders, turning my daughter gay! Jinxie was a plant for the Phantom's plan!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Who's Jinxie again? Oh no.
It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence.
Oh. Oh, so it's Phoenix saying that.
The Phantom was behind everything. The bombings, the murder, turning my daughter gay. Jinxie was a plan for the Phantom's plan. Right? You really think the Phantom is the only person in Trucy's life that is gay? Yes, it's the only reasonable explanation. Right? Why are we naked in bed together then? No homo? Ah, of course. That. I can't believe it. The no homo didn't work. My daughter's gay. Have we really reached a dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed?
How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless, undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you are the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least, a prayer.
No religion in my game! Get out! I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Right. At least put some weight behind your swing right, Dono. Ah!
I know I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock.
Oh no, Daddy! We're homo!
No!
Jesse, it's very nice you got a no homo homie of your own. Trucy, it is very nice you have a no homo homie of your own. Did I use that right?
Yes.
Thank you. That was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing. Yeah, is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part, some little fragment, still exists?
Oh, yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there, too.
That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture?
Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity?
Who puts a zipper on the front of a plushie?
I think it's supposed to look like they're wearing a little jacket, but it also doubles as a stuffy, which is a plushie you can put stuff into. So I think it's just supposed to be like a double purpose. Like you can put little backpack straps on it, so it's like looking out at anyone behind you, and it's just saying guilty. And then it's like an actual little backpack.
Take that!
Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying this will reveal the Phantom's identity?
Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing. Specifically, right...
Take that!
Back bling when Athena gets in Fortnite. No, it's gonna be the moon rock that her mother was murdered over with the bloodstain toggleable on it. Or more bloodstains show up when you kill people. It's totally gonna be that.
Please take a look at this newspaper article.
This article about the hat one?
Now, please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. Black and yellow, black and yellow. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments...
It's crazy how there's real words in there. Did I miss something? Oh, you're saying like actual letters in the image? Yeah, in the paper. It's blurry. See how there is a little rock-like object within the same coloration?
Oh my, yes, I see it!
It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom thought. Also, let's just double-check that newspaper article. Where do you see her body? Her body is on the right. A little above Arrow. I'm scooting back and blurring my eyes like an AI image. I don't see it. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And the DNA testing on that blood will prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom.
Unbelievable! But that's impossible.
A surprise to be sure. That's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, fool Bright.
Bailiff! Contact the police department immediately and order the testing.
A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. It says it's Phoenix Wright's blood.
What? Prosecutor Blackwell, what does the test result show?
There was a rock fragment that had blood on it that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed... Well, I'm sure you know full well what it revealed.
They confirmed it. It was the witness's blood, didn't they?
There's no use trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Twist, the Phantom is Phoenix's mom. No, Twist, it's Mia! Admit it, you are the Phantom.
Objection!
The biggest bozo hunkaroo. Wait. Oh, they used Phoenix's objection against him. Oh no, he's gonna pull off Phoenix's face. Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself?
No, I didn't say a word. That was my...
Ooh. Let's have a distinction. Normal Phoenix is gonna be the one from the beginning. It's still gonna be this. It's gonna have that. Is that... No distinction? Oh, come on! No, I want a distinction! Okay.
That was my objection, Apollo.
Huh? He looks so much cooler. Face on. What? Why?
It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think?
Deal. See you pack 3.
Now he's me.
So, do you have an objection or not, Mr. Right? Wait.
Huh? No, not really, Your Honor.
No, not you, Mr. Right. I mean, the witness, Mr. Right.
Put those ankles away, you hoe!
Yes, it's quite uncouth of you, fake Right. I can tell a man's ankle from 30 yards away.
What?
It's never come up. It's part of the logic power. Don't ask.
Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph, and those just like it, How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab?
Oh, we're gonna do material testing on this. Yay.
Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. But how do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove they're the moon rock, right? Right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd. Just compare the fragments with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration happened to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be there. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found on one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock.
And why not?
I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way on a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely out of the question. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles.
You're the last person I want to hear that from, fucker.
7 years ago, in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, I tripped and fell. It was me.
I'm Fighter Phoenix. Don't you know? Oh, wait. Is this El Tigre? That would be so funny. He like rips away most of the makeup, but then it just reveals it's Tigre under the face of Right. Hey, fucker, it's me, El Tigre. I remember who I was now. Angry as hell.
Well, then why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask an expert to verify whether or not they're a moon rock.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible.
And why not?
In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from 7 years ago to compare it with.
El Tigre is Phoenix's DLC costume in one of the games. Ooh, fun. Though I think it's one of these, because Phoenix wasn't 3D in the other games, to my knowledge. When they jumped to 3D, it was it this game? Yes, this or the other one. I don't know which. Yeah, so because that's the only time they were able to do costumes, because it's a 3D model. Most of the work was done in the animation rig, so they can just slap new models on top of it, as shown here.
But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from that moon rock.
Oh!
No!
I didn't want to commit to one. He's got his pink sweater costume. Oh, young Phoenix. There's really no way to prove it.
Are you finally ready to throw in the towel?
Objection!
So, the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right, right. It was such a valuable rock, too. A shame, really. But it's lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by our side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn anything around. Final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care.
We do?
We do. Even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet.
Now, is this true, Mr. Wright?
Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing, as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. A piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this.
You think because it's night, the big light isn't the sun, it's just a giant spotlight from a football field to replace the destroyed lighting. Only the best for the courtroom. Originally, I was going to put the giant robo-judge in here, but I just didn't have enough time with all these fucking hostages around. Phantom's like biggest smile. I don't get that reference. It's the thing they say to each other. The lawyers have to, in the lawyers' darkest times, that's when they have to force their biggest smiles. That's why they've been saying the entire game. They even said that as a response. But why would the Phantom know that? The only rebuttal I have to that is they're a spy. They know a lot of stuff. That's the only proof I have. I have no evidence. I don't know. They said it aloud in court. It's usually internal monologue. No, he's said it to Athena and Apollo this game. And Athena has said it to Apollo, and Apollo has said it to Athena. They've all said it to each other. And I wonder if one of those times Fulbright was near, but in court. Not like in a side. Let the cool moment happen. Alright, no fake dub for this. Just about the only thing my mother left for me. With our widget. And this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way.
Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left you with a very important piece of evidence.
She did?
You're bluffing. You don't even have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you. Because we have a moon rock of our own.
Yeah! Oh! You mean...
Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is the defense's sample of the moon.
Take that!
That's, your sample?
This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from that original moon rock. What?
All this time. It was right here all along?
No,
Yeah.
it can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragment and the earring are found to be a match, then it will light up your conviction that much brighter. Quit it with the metaphor, Phoenix. Okay. Wait, who's talking? Are you talking? I think I'm talking, but were you talking? I think I was talking, but what about you? Have you lost track now? Which Phoenix am I talking as? Oh no. It's like shuffle ball, but with people and no faces. Then it will prove beyond the shadow of a doubt the origin of the fragment in this photo. And since the test results showed that the blood on this fragment was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide. I don't have an identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now I can even hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all of my emotions behind years ago.
Objection! Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust.
And I suppose you do?
I didn't have anybody to support me at first, either. Couldn't get over the trauma of my past.
Like I said, I don't feel fear. I am fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself! Also, I noticed, Mr. Wright, in your inner monologue, you were able to do an orange word without throwing up. Yeah, I think that's just an issue with you, Apollo. Damn it! When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I always wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself? You mean like the Linkin Park song? How can I run away from myself? It's just a song. When there's nothing inside, nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for... It was so weird. I do this, like, flux to, like, switch to a different voice, but it went up and straight back, because it's the same one. I have, like, 3 partners, I'll have you know, and I trust 2 of them. Who don't you trust? I don't know which Phoenix is asking me that, but, I don't trust Claver. Why is he a partner? Why is he a partner? We worked with him for a little bit. He was helping you investigate. Yeah? Who do you think made me food? Could it be you, peeps? Oh, sorry. That would be funny. We see on the other side of this, like a fun little DLC case of Apollo doing the investigations with Claver as an old friend that he knows he can trust. Was thinking more Athena's Joy friends. Oh! I have like 3 partners as well, I'll have you know, and I trust 2 of them. So that just seems to be a thing about humans. Damn, do you really have to be mean like that? Shut up, witness. I'm the witness. That was Phoenix talking. Yeah. I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand. But people have emotions. It's just a fact of life. And so, people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another. So they can gain the strength to face themselves when they are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me is this. No. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear. This is unsettling. I know they're like trying to be of like unset eyes to show it's a mask, but you can't outrun yourself. Remove that mask and unleash your emotions. Confront your guilt head on. With your own true face. The real murder weapon was the feelings we had along the way.
my own face. Oh, please, don't. I know you're here. Please, Seely, I haven't real anything yet. My face. This is my face. It is not true. No. I will not. Don't you dare. A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is the imposter doing?
He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying.
Well, that was fortunate for all of us.
I just noticed, like, the bright white behind us is supposed to be like the moon or something. The analysis of that final piece of evidence, or I don't know, submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earrings and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that it is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombings of court number 4. Sorry, had a burp. Bird scratched my back, gave me burpees. And all of his other crimes, as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There are still a myriad of things we wish him to tell us about after all.
Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty! Know your place, woman.
Yippee!
Court is adjourned.
Everyone is happy. Except Aura's still mourning. Except Aura, bad end. No! I pushed every statement I could!
Congratulations, Mr. Nick!
Thank you, Pearls. And thank you for being there for Athena.
It is the least I could do. But Athena was great. wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Papa! I'm so glad to see you!
Trucy, are you alright? Are you hurt?
I'm fine, Papa. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep spirits up.
That's our Trucy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right. I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Aw, come on, Edgy. What are you talking about? You are the ones who have been... Oh, sorry, I stole your line. You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you were the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right?
Pearl's like, you want to know a secret? I took sniper classes.
Trucy, do you still want to be gay after that? I mean, that mean old lesbian was gonna shoot you. You know, wax Apollo the same way Aura wax. Hunk of junk. Ow! What was that for?
I have to defend a parent.
Ooh, Trucy, silly. Yes, well, we knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do so until this trial. Well, we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to its successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw to it I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? So you figured it out, didn't you? Yeah, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owe you a few favors. So, you figured out my crush on you, did you? No, I just thought it was favors. Fucking baka. That is so weird to say in a voice like that. Hey, Edgy. Think we can finally bring the Dark Age of Law to an end? Even the darkest night turns to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Apollo's not my son. God damn it, why haven't you adopted him yet? I had this joke planned for months! Why isn't he adopted yet? You adopted his sibling. What? Don't... He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that? Right! You are so infuriating! Besides... Never mind that. Now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should be swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So, I should smile more. I'll think about it.
Ah! The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals.
Who's this?
This is probably gonna be
Juniper.
Athena.
Ah!
Oh, that got me. Oh. Oh, that got me. I'm imagining him walking through the door going, Athena! And Athena being like, huh?
I am
forever in your debt.
And so you're gonna play evil tricks on me like that, twisting my heartstrings?
That's what family does, isn't it? You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas.
Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely, but I still made it.
That a girl. Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out.
Cute girl! Ah! Uncle!
Yeah.
You'd be pretty if you smiled more, babe. I was gonna say that, but I feel like there's stuff going on here. I can't make too many jokes.
Yes. I survived by the skin of my teeth, thanks to you. You have skin on your teeth? That's not normal. It's not.
You're supposed to brush your gums.
Oh.
Shame on you, Simon, for making me think there was a cute girl coming in. And for trying to throw your life away like that.
It was never my intention to just throw my life away. But some things in this world are more important than your own life.
Like what?
My honor-bound duty to protect you with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure.
Huh?
That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through.
Athena's just confused because he said it all weird of just like, we're family, I'm here to protect you. Huh? Huh? Mean?
Well, it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us to pull it off.
You bet, boss! What a team we are! Huh?
It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. My office has the best, most capable lawyers around.
Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna work extra hard to make up for all the worry I caused.
And the work you caused.
What?
Yeah, because you didn't file stuff properly, we have to do that now.
Oh. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it from the Write Anything Agency.
Well, nobody's gonna try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo! Simon is free, thanks to Mr. Wright, so I have nothing to worry about. But there are so many more people out there who need our help.
You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. We have an entire, not only other game, we have an extra case. Get ready, you two. We won a major victory, but the war is far from over.
Simon is free, so all my character stuff is officially over. For realsies. I'm not going to have an Apollo moment like in this game of where new backstory has been invented. Aura is not going to have a breakdown again. I swear.
There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. Got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the Dark Age of Law to a close.
Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles.
Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldon's noodles after a trial. All on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works in the Write Anything Agency.
Right, Mr. Wright, right, Mr. Wright. Huh? What? Apollo, you're breaking up. As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join in the festivities. Oh, I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles.
Hey,
I have an idea, Papa. Why don't you just invite everybody involved with this case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you've grown up to be such a generous gentleman?
Guys? Under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in.
Hey, no fair! I want to say it too!
Alright. Okay. Here we go.
Objection!
I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Paulie now that he's back, so I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install an air conditioner, give him a computer lesson, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the right anything agency after all. Tina and Apollo were so wonderful in court. I'd better study as much as I can if I want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow, green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should grow with the hottest as the sun, red peppers instead.
Everyone's talking so fast, can I slow it down? Please?
The end of the dark age of the lie, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They're putting me under investigation. The chief prosecutor wants to see me.
Wait, then who's the green pepper?
I've been asked to debut the great mass wrestler, Tenmataro.
He's scheduled to go up against the amazing Ninetales, though.
Oh, what to do? A fight with myself?
Why don't you ask Mr. Demon Lawyer to be the amazing Ninetales?
That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it. So we meet as foes. Would you believe it? An alderman of Ninetales Vale now. Pretty impressive, huh? I took over after Rex killed me for the good of my beloved vision. What'd you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey, what do you think you're sneaking into the... Hey, that jigsaw! You made a big run for it! I'm begging you! Stop chasing after me!
I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law. So now I'm studying for the bar exam. Yeah, I'm gonna prosecute Athena someday, you will see.
Huh. I'm studying my buns off too. I'm gonna pass the famous entrance exam on my own merit this time. With a score of 100 points, of course.
You, Juniper, our dream will live on forever! I found really sweet boxes for all of them. They won't wear them. Is it because they want to be legal journalists instead of a lawyer or a judge? But anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper future is brighter than ever. Now let's see, this fresh blood has to do with its paper. Our editor cried so hard at graduation with her. What? No! Lies! Slander!
The one not only reunion concert, I still remember it an evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever seen. When she's a judge in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. It'd be the coolest trial ever, you know? I can already hear it now.
I gave this place a good clean from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I can do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training is over, it simply must be done. Ooh, hint hint. Maya's coming back. Great. Ah, can't cancel Glaver. He's gay.
Humanity's dream for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for Hat-3 rocket has already happened. Look upon me, people of great nation, and witness glory of your cosmos. What do... Oh, Director, yes. The rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes. You just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos.
Fucking fine. You were pulling my leg when you said, just like, you're never gonna guess who this is. Right.
I'm going to the moon in the new rocket. If Athena or Mommy Miktas came to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting, Montes Pajmer or the Maratrancoletas? You think they would like either one? Yay! Hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you...
Trauma much? Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time, thanks to Clay. And thanks to my lawyers, I know how I should never give up. But I'm worried I can't breathe in space, and the fact it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting real nervous. Generational trauma.
No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their services in defense of my sister, but no one's around. I've been kept waiting for a long time. What sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wish for Athena to defend him? Then perhaps he and I shall meet in court in the near future.
I look forward to our next monthly salary cycle.
Please forgive me.
Blackwell's acquittal has brought all manners of ills to the prosecutor office to light. Though it seems solving the case has thawed the chill of winter that is warmed of spring. Now I owe Wright yet another debt of gratitude. But I will repay him one day. You can trust in that. Oh my gosh, Edgeworth is not only fast talking, but he's using the big words. And lots of fancy words. Just all the words. Localization. Jason Franzman. I feel like he's the person who does all the naming stuff with a name like that. Yay! We are done with the main cases. Next up is the DLC one. Woo! But yeah, this was pretty good. It really just ramps up and up and up and gets better. Yeah, best case, I think, that or 2's final. Probably this one. Good pacing, too. Yeah, this one, there wasn't much boring stuff. Because it starts with the bombing trial thing, and it's just like, yeah, we can't investigate. And that went pretty quickly. And then it was Ninetales Veil, so that way you get what Athena is supposed to be like before trauma. And so, this was a great experience. I can't... I don't know what to expect for the DLC case. And I have absolutely no idea what to expect for the third game. You don't either. Yep. That's why I don't know anyone
close enough to talk to that's played 6. You've played 6. You don't know the DLC. Ah. I am a bit scared, now with that knowledge, that you say, this is the best case. I'm scared of 6 now. Is 6 at least good? Or is this kind of... Is it downhill from here? Font design by Fontworks. Typefaces included herein are solely developed by Dynaco Comware. 6 is good. Okay. On a 1 to 7 scale, is 6 a 6? No overhype anything. Yeah, 6 is cool. Sex is cool also. 6 is like a 5 out of 7. Ooh.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Oh, he repeats, I'll be fine.
10, 9, 8, 7.
Why are there lawyers in the control room?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
There's the standards. Going up and up and up. I don't know if we'll ever be able to reach those standards again. Was that Clay? No, that was just another random person. Oh!
Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
I keep forgetting it's Sam as Phoenix. Every time.
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
All right!
And he's just sitting in the background because he didn't really have any relation to this rocket shenanigan. Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all upwards to a brighter tomorrow. I just noticed Aura is like in between Blackwell and Phoenix, facing away. Okay, I feel like when it says continue on to the next, let's get a little bit of a taste. I already hit yes. Let's get a taste.
On the western edge of the Far East. Lies a peaceful country of spirit mediums and mystery. The kingdom of Kurain. But now, the flames of revolution are threatening to consume it whole. But things like revolt and revolution were the furthest things from my mind when I first arrived in this land.
Next time, the foreign turnabout. Oh yeah, next time. Come on. I totally forgot about the DLC case. You can read this for yourself, but I'll read it next time it happens. You was silly. I know. Oof. That's Doll whacking me for being a silly. Yeah, that's classic Ace Attorney for you. I know who did it. What? Why can't I hit escape? Oh. It's a bit G. Don't say. Yeah. Okay. Well, we finished the main one, and now we're gonna do this pirate orca stuff next time. So, hopefully we'll remember to start it up like that, and not hit load. Haven't seen any of those characters except Pirate Girl and Orca. Neat. But yeah, this was so good! Holy cannolis! I said a lot of my stuff in previous streams, but just as a complete wrap-up with the story and figuring out the Phantom was fucking Bobby! What the heck?! You now know the best character in the series, Aura Blackwell. Poor girl in prison. But hey! She's not dead, and I don't think she got murder charges for having hostages that she didn't kill. So, hope Athena visits her on Mother Day. Yay. Hopefully they can get through their trauma and refer to each other by familial bonds again. One day. We can't expect that to be immediate, but hey, there's always hope. So yeah, thank you for coming to this stream, this long, nearly 5-hour stream. I will see you all next time, Monday, at noon PST, for the next case, the special episode. Well, bye-bye.